Hello guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I hope you guys are all well. So in this video, we are going to talk about how to build an insane Instagram clone with the help of React and Firebase. So let's go and build it. Before going to build our Instagram clone, let's see how our Instagram clone look. So this is the demo app that I have already built for you guys. Here, as you can see, this is the login page. And whenever we click on this sign up button, we navigate to the sign up page where we are going to create our Instagram clone account. So by just typing email, username, password, and the photo URL. Photo URL is optional. So I have already created my account. So I just need to log in. So just type here email taste4@taste.com, then password and login. So this is the home page for our Instagram clone. Okay, this is the real time like functionality. As you can see, there is a one like already, but whenever I click on this like button, it's become 0 likes. This is real time because whenever we click on this button, it's changed the data in our database. Again, I click on this like button, the counts change to 1. Okay, so this is real time like functionality. Similarly, as you can see, this is the comment. Okay, so again I just type a comment, nice pic bro, and click on this post button, and the comment counts change to 2. And as you can see, the new comment is up here, nice pic bro. So this is the thing, this is the real time comment functionality. Similarly, now we are going to create a post. So simply go to Google and search any image, and then copy image address and go to our app, click on this button on the navbar, and then paste it here and type a caption, new pic, and some emojis, rocket, and share it. Okay, now we have to refresh our app. Okay, now you can see this is the post that I have recently posted. Means this is the new image that we post here. So this is the image, the real time like functionality, real time comment functionality, everything is here. Okay, so in this video we are going to build this Instagram clone, and today's video going to be an interesting video. So let's go and build it. To create React project, first of all, go to any directory of your computer and create a new folder called React Instagram clone. So this is the folder where we are going to create our React project named React Instagram clone. Simply drag this folder to VS Code app, and then our VS Code is open. Now press Ctrl J and then just type npx. Note that before typing this command, you have to install Node in your system, which is very easy to install. You just Google it. After installing Node, just type this command to create a React app. So simply type create React app and then dot. Here dot represented the current directory, means current folder called named React Instagram clone that we have created. And if you want to create name or create another folder, then just simply type a name like front end, anything. Okay, by typing front end. So this will create a folder called front end, and inside that front end folder our project store. But by just simply type dot, this entire project is created in this React Instagram folder. Okay, and then just type enter. So this will create an entire project. Press and enter by just typing Y. So this will create a React project, as you can see in our terminal. So this takes some time, to wait for it to complete. Now our project is completely created. Now simply type npm start. This will run our project, React project, starting the development server, and the screen is pop up now, and this will create an entire React project, or run entire React project, as you can see on the screen. So this is the starting screen for our React project. Now we are going to install some dependencies here for our Instagram clone. So create a new terminal and simply type npmi. Npmi means is used to install some dependencies, means some packages or library. So just type style components. If you do not know what is style component, my there is a video called Introduction to Style Components in my YouTube channel also. And then React router DOM for navigation or routing between the different pages. React router DOM. So these two packages are very important package in our Instagram clone, and install it. And this will take some time to install. Okay, our packages is now installed. Now we are going to create routes for our app. Now we are going to create different routes for our Instagram group. So for that, first of all, we have to remove some unnecessary files here, like this setup.test file, this logo, and this app.test.js, and delete this. Okay. Now go to app.js, remove this header component and save it. And also remove this logo, save it. Now go to index.js and remove this report.web.vitals and remove this also and save it. Now our app runs perfectly nice, as you can see here. So this is our app. Now we wait a second, I have to adjust these things. Okay, so this is the thing. Now we remove everything from our app. Now we are ready to set up our routes. Before doing that, go to index.js and simply type here star padding 0 and margin 0, because every time whenever you create React project, it has its own margin. Okay, it has its own some margin, some amount of margin, so we have to remove that margin. Just simply type these things, then it will remove the margins and save it. Okay, now go to app.js and here we are going to create our routes. So before creating that, we have to create a component called container using style component. So we have to remove this class name, and now we are going to import style from style components. Okay, wait a second, I made a mistake here. Style components, and now above this export statement, just type const container is equals to style dot div and save it, and this will create the component. And here we simply type hello world and save it. So this is the style component called container. Now here we are going to import some dependencies from our package we installed called React.dom. So import something from React.dom. Now go to here and just type browser router as router. So this is the thing that routes between different pages, and now routes and then route. So this is the thing that we want. Now here we have to wrap our container component to this router by just typing here router, and now copy this and paste it here. So we wrapped our container component between this router. Now inside this container we are going to create different routes. So for that simply type routes, and inside this route we are going to create different routes like this. A route, the path is going to be a home, and here simply type element and just type h1 called home page. Save it. Similarly, we have to create another 3 routes for login and for sign up. So simply here type login and sign up and sign up and save it. So this is the route that we have to create. Now simply go to the URL part and type login. As you can see, the login pages appear now. Now similarly go to sign up and press an enter, and we navigate to the sign up page. So this is the thing that we want to do here. This is the navigation between the different pages. Now we have to create each and every component for each and every routes like this. So first of all we have to create a folder called components. So just type components, and inside this component we are going to create a new file called home.js. Again we have to create a new file called logging.js, and again we have to create a new file called signup.js. So this is the component. Okay, this is the component. Now inside home.js we have to create a component, React component. So for that we have to simply type RFCE, and thanks to extension called VS Code extension called ES6 or ES7 snippet, just typing RFCE we can create the boilerplate for React component. So this is the boilerplate for React component. Now just save it, and this is the boilerplate. Again go to logging page RFCE and press an enter. This is the boilerplate. Again go to sign up, just type RFCE and save it. This is the boilerplate. Now go to install this extension, go to the extension and just type ES6 or ES7, and the first ES7 plus this is this extension that I have already installed. This is very useful for React developers. Okay, and now go to app.js, and instead of this h1 simply type home and paste it. Again go to logging page, just type login, close it, save it, and again go to sign up. I made a mistake here. Sign up and save it. So this is the thing. As you can see, sign up is appear now in a small words. Now again go to home page. Home is up here now. As you can see, this is the home. If I change it here, hello world, this is home page and save it. As you can see, it's changed. So this is the home page, this is login page, and this is sign up page. So for each page we have create components, each components like home.js, login.js, and signup.js. So this is the thing, this is the routing in React. Okay, so in the next section we are going to talk about how we are going to create a logging page for our logging and sign up page for our Instagram clone. Okay, now here we are going to create a login page for our Instagram clone, which is look like this. As you can see, this is the login page which is responsive. Okay, which is responsive. So now for that, go to logging.js component, logging.js, and here we have to create a style component. So for that, import the style component like this, style from style component. Okay, now above this export statement, create a container component. We have to use this container in each and every component, React component, and this is the div. Okay, so every time we have to create this. So and then just type container and save it. So this is the thing that we want, and inside this container here, inside this container we are going to create a main component. Okay, main component, and now again we have to create this main component. So just type const main is equals to style dot div and save it. Otherwise you can use main also. Okay, so this is the thing that we want, and inside this main we want to create a form. Okay, so that means again we have to create a component called form and style dot form and backticks and save it. So this will create a form. Now as you can see in the logging page. Okay, and now here we are inside this form, we are going to create the components, logo component, sorry, logo. So again we have to create this logo component. So just type const logo is equals to style dot div and save it. Now for logo, here we are going to use a logo which I have already downloaded. So and paste this in the public folder. This is the logo that we have to use, Instagram text logo. Now simply in this, inside this logo, use image and then simply type dot slash the name of the image, Instagram text logo dot png and save it. Now as you can see, whenever I refresh, the image is not appear. Why? Okay, we have to apply the width and the thing. Otherwise I made some mistake here. Instagram slash text dash barabar. Everything looks perfect. Now go to, okay, I made a mistake here. Instead of this semicolon I use backticks and then okay. So the image is now appear as you can see on the screen. So this is the image. Now inside this logo we have to pass some CSS. Just type here width of 250 pixel and then the image whose width is going to be 100% and save it. So as you can see, the width is now appear. Now inside this main form, as you can see here, this is the image and there is a two input containers, email and password, and then a button. So for that we have to create a container or a component called input. input container, and then okay, here inside this input container we are going to type input, which is going to be an email. Placeholder is going to be an email, and save it. Now we have to create this container, const, paste it here, the name style dot div, and then backticks, and save it. So this is the input container. And now here we are going to do some styling here for input container, and then height going to be a 25 pixel, width going to be a 250 pixel. We okay, and then margin top going to be a 20 pixel, and then input, because inside this input container, as you can see, inside this input container there is an input tag. Okay, so just simply type input, and go height going to be 100%, width going to be 100%, and then background color is going to be a hashtag FAFAFA. Save it. And border 1 pixel solid light gray, oh sorry, gray only, and save it. And padding going to be a 5 pixel, and save it. So this is the thing that we want. Now we have to copy this input container and paste it for a password. And again here, instead of this email, placeholder is going to be a password, and save it. Okay, so now everything works perfectly nice. Now we have to arrange this in container, whole form container. So we have to design the whole thing here. So for that, just simply go to container, and here type some basic CSS. Width going to be 100 VW, height going to be 100 VH, display is going to be a flex, a line item going to be a center, and justify content is going to be a center. So each and every container is aligned at the center. Now there is a one thing here. Go to index.css, and inside this body we have to type background color going to be a hashtag FAFAFA, and save it. Okay, so background color change or not, I didn't think that it's changed. Okay, so for that, simply go to login page, and inside the form container just type background color BG FFF, hashtag FFF. Okay, so background color changed now. As you can see, there's a difference between the white and the gray, means some yellowish white. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, now inside this form we have to do some style. So just apply border of 1 pixel solid, light gray, padding going to be a 20 pixel, mean width going to be a 300 pixel, display is going to be a flex direction is going to be a column, and align item center, justify content center, height going to be a 400 pixel. Okay, so everything looks perfect and nice. So this is the thing that we are going to create. And now inside this form there is a button, as you can see here, this is the button. So for that button we are going to type just simply a button, This is the button, and here just type log in and save it. As you can see, the button is appear now. Now for that button, just go to the form, and there is a button inside the form. So just type button and then curly braces, and inside these curly braces we are going to type some style for button. So height going to be a 33 pixel, width going to be a 230 pixel, background color going to be a hashtag 0095 f6. Save it. Border is going to be a none, outline going to be a none, border radius going to be a 5 pixel, margin top going to be a 30 pixel, front size is going to be a 14 pixel, color of the font is going to be a hashtag FFF, and then cursor is going to be a pointer. Okay, so everything looks perfect and nice. Now our form container is completely ready. Now as you can see in the demo app, this is the another container called for sign up, because if you don't have an account, click on this button. So this is the sign up container. So for that we have to create another container called sign up container. Const sign up container is equals to style dot div, and save it. Okay, so for this we are going to use it here in below the form. Wait a second guys. Now paste the sign up container, and here we are going to use a p tag in which we are going to type don't have an account, and then question mark, and then question mark, then span. Inside this p tag we are going to use span for sign up, and save it. Okay, as you can see everything works perfectly nice. Now go to styling part. Inside the sign up container simply type, as I type, border 1 pixel, solid light gray. Okay, padding is going to be a 20 pixel. Okay, background is going to be a white, hashtag FFF, margin top going to be a 20 pixel, and then display flags to align the text center, and then simply go to the p tag, and then just type font size going to be a 14 pixel, and inside this p tag there is a span, and we have to color it a blue. 18 hashtag 18e 4f8, and save it. And the font weight is going to be a 600 for this span. As you can see the change is happening now, and the cursor is going to be a pointer. So whenever we click hover to the sign up button, cursor change. Okay, so this is the login page for our Instagram. Similarly, as you can see, there is no difference between the sign up and the login page. We have to do just copy and paste for sign up page also. So just simply go to signup.js and just copy each and everything. Okay, each and every component and paste it here. Similarly, copy each and every styling part and paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now here we have to import style component, style from style component, and save it. So as we navigate to the sign up page, sign up and enter it, as you can see the thing is similar. Now simply copy the component here and paste it here two times. So the first component is going to be an email, second is going to be a text for username. So just type username, and second component is going to be a password. So simply copy this and paste it above. And the third component is going to be a text which is for photo URL. So I just type photo URL and in optional, which is optional, and save it. So as you can see, each and everything is work perfectly nice. So this is for username, this is for email, username, password, photo URL. And instead of this login, you just type here sign up and save it. As you can see, sign up is up here now. Now instead of this have an account, remove this don't have an account, and then just type login. Okay. Now instead of this sign up container, we just simply type login container. So just copy this and paste it here. So we have remove each and everything and create a beautiful and usable sign up page, not component. So this is the sign up page for our Instagram clone. Now in the next session we are going to talk about authentication for our Instagram clone. So now we are going to create a authentication functionality in our React Instagram app. So for that, first of all, we have to store each and every text that we type inside this email, username, password, and photo URL. So for that, here we are going to use a hook called useState. To understand the useState, how it works and how to use it, you have to watch my video called Introduction to useState, whose link is in the description. Okay, so for that we have to import useState from React. So just type it as I type useState and save it. Now here we are going to create each and every variable. Here useState is a some type of variable, similar type of variable. Okay, so const. So here we have to create a variable for email. So for that, in useState, this is the structure how to use useState. So first is email, which is the value itself, and second is the setter. Means this function, this is the function from which we can update the value. Okay, and then use state, and the initial value is going to be an empty string. So this is the variable called email. Here email is the value itself, and the set email is a function to update or modify this email value. Understand this thing. Okay, so again we have to create another use state called username, and then set username is equals to use state. Initial value is going to be an empty string. So we have to copy these things and paste it here. For password, and then set password. Again we have to copy, and this is for photo URL. So photo URL, and set photo URL and save it. So this is the thing that we have to create here. Now in this input, so whenever we type something, the text inside input text change. So here we are going to use a attribute called onChange. So whenever the thing the text change inside each and every input tag, we have to run a function inside this onChange attribute. So function, we have to create an arrow function here. This thanks for the ES6 snippet, we can use this arrow functions. And now here we are going to use set email, and here we have to type e as a parameter or argument, and then just type e dot target dot value. Okay, so this is the thing. So whenever the text inside it's changed, and this will run the function, and this will set the value of email is equal to the text inside this input. Okay, and similarly we have to use here value is equals to email. That's it guys, we grab the text from the input. Similarly we have to do this thing to another input container text. So here in username, so simply for instead of set you email, we have to use username. Similarly here in password, instead of set email, we have to use set password. Instead of password email, you have to use password. Again we have to use it here. Instead of this set email, we have to use photo URL, and again photo URL, and save it. So each and every text that we type inside this input container are stored in this use state. Okay, makes sense? So to understand how it works, so the initial value here inside this email is empty string. Suppose I have to type the initial value like this, like taste@taste.com, and save it. You can see the email is changed now. Okay, so this is the thing. So here I made a mistake, I think so, because okay, this is from the, so this is the initial value. Okay, this is the initial value. Again I refresh this page, and as you can see that this is the initial value is going to be a taste@taste.com. Understand how this use state works? Again I refresh it. As you can see, the email is appear now instead of the email address that we typed here. So now we grab the text. Now we have to use this text to create a account in our Instagram. For that we have to set up our Firebase. So for that, just go to Google and type Firebase and click on the Firebase button website. Click on go to console, and then we have to create a new project for our React Instagram clone. So just type the name, the React Instagram clone, and continue default account for Firebase and create the project. So this will create the project, entire Firebase project. So our Firebase project is now ready. Now we navigate to the dashboard, and we have to click on this web button as we are going to create a web app. And now we have to type the nickname for our app, which is called Instagram clone. We have to use Firebase hosting, so we have to allow this and register our app. Now we have to copy this text and go to our project, and we have to install Firebase in our project. So now then after we have to copy this code and go to our project, and here inside the source folder we have to create a new file called firebase.js. Okay, and then we have to paste this code here. We have to paste this code here, and then click on next, and then after we have to install these Firebase tools also. So we have to wait for it to install this thing, and then after we have to again install Firebase tools. Now our Firebase is completely installed in our project. Now after that we have to install this Firebase tools. So enter it, and this will take some time to install. And then we have to again click on the next and continue to console. Okay. So now click on this authentication, and then we have to click on this get started, and then click on this email and password for our, this is the method, signing method. Okay, and enable it and save it. So now we can create our user using email and password. Okay, so this is the thing inside our Firebase. Again, also we have to use Firestore database. So we have to click on this Firestore database and create a database, start in a test mode, next, and enable it. So this will take some time. Okay, so now our database is also set. Now go to our project. Now go to our project and go to signup.js, and here we are going to use Firebase Firebase for authentication. So for that, here we have to create a function called const create account function, and then equals to, this is the arrow function, and the here we are going to pass e, and this function is going to be a asynchronous function, so type asynchronous. Now here we are going to type e dot prevent default to prevent the refreshes. Okay, now here we are going to use a query, because we have to check whether whether the username that we have just typed inside this. Okay, so understand here, if this username is present in our database. Okay, understand my thing, the a particular user whose username is this is present, means this username is exist in our database or not. So we have to check it. So for that, just type const username underscore exist. Okay, and then we have to just type await, and here we are going to use a query of Firebase and then inside this query we are going to use collection, and inside that collection we are going to use db, and inside that db there is a thing called users. This is not this is very complicated to understand. So just type as I type, and then it makes understand. And then just type where user name, username, and then the equals to sign again, and then the username, means this is the username that we want. Okay, and then save it. Again here we are going to import something from Firebase Firestore. Okay, okay, I made a mistake here. Okay, I not made a mistake. Firebase Firestore. Okay, so here before doing this thing, we have to go to firebase.js, and here we are going to create a const db equals to get Firestore. Similarly for authentication, get auth dot get auth, and then we have to export it like this, auth as a primary exporter, and then default exporter is going to be a db, and save it. And now here we are going to import get auth from Firebase slash auth, and save it. Okay, so each and everything is now available to our Firebase, and now we export it. Now go to signup.js. Here you can understand. So this db is the Firebase that we are created, means Firestore. This is the reference. This is the reference for our Firestore that we just created. Okay, so this is the Firebase. This is the reference for our database. Inside that database, we have to create a collection. Here collection means a folder. Collection is a similar thing like folder whose name is going to be a user. Okay, so here we have to check whether whether the username which we have typed is exist in our database or not. Okay, so for that we have to check in the users folder. Okay, so there is a collection inside this db whose name is user. Make understand or not? There is a collection inside this db. db is the reference for our database or Firestore. Inside that database there is a folder or a collection named user. Inside that user there is a lots of document of different user. Inside that document there is a username. Inside that document there is a username which is equal to this. We have to check whether that username is equal to this username that we have typed inside the username input. Make understand or not? Okay, so this is the thing. Here we are going to use query collection where and save it. So this is the thing. Make understand or not? We have to check whether this username is exist in our database or not. Okay, first of all we have to check whether that username is exist in our database or not, and then we have to do it the different things. So here then after const username, if that username, okay, here I made a mistake. Here instead of this username exist, I have to type username query. Okay, and const username. So if that username query is exist in our database, then we have to get that document. Okay, get that particular document whose username is this. Get docs whose username is this query. Make understand or not. So this is the, again I have to repeat the each and everything. This is the query where we are going to check whether this whether the user whose username is this, means particular this username is exist in our database or not. If exist, then we have to grab that data. So for that we are going to use here get docs. To getting documents from any collection, we are going to use get docs. Okay, and then here we are going to use if statement. If that username exists, if that username exists in and inside that there is a lots of docs whose length is going to be a this is great is equals to 0. So if user does not exist, then we have to create a account, and again we have to use if statement for each and every input is filled up or not. So if username dot length is greater than 0 and end email dot length is greater than 0, again end and password dot length. So if the length of this is greater than 0, then we have to run the function. Okay, and now here we are going to use a authentication functionality for creation of our account. So create a user with email and password from Firebase authentication, and then just type auth. This is the reference that we just created in firebase.js. So this is the auth is same. Okay, and in using that auth we are going to create a user whose email is this and whose password is this, and save it. And now dot then, so after creating the account we have to create or we have to update something inside that user profile. So for that we have to use asynchronize function and the arrow function whose parameter is user credential. So this uh, by running this create user with email address gives some data, means by running that thing, this function, it gives some data called user credential. Okay, and then we have to update the profile, update profile user credential dot user. Okay, and then we have to update something. So display name is going to be a username, and the photo URL is going to be a photo URL, and save it. So this is the thing. So this is very complicated in the new version of Firebase, but it makes understand whenever you practice each and every section of it. Okay, and then after we have to store the user information that we get inside our database, inside our Firebase. So for that here we are going to use set doc of Firebase, and then we are going to use doc because we have to create the doc inside the database. db is the reference of our database. Inside that reference we are going to use or we are going to create a collection called users, and inside that user we are going to store our document whose name is going to be a user credential dot user dot uid. Okay, this is very complicated to understand, but it is very easy to practice. If you practice this thing, this is very easy. And then email, and then username as a the data that we are going to store, and the photo URL. Okay, so this is the thing. Again we have to import the doc from Firebase and save it. So again, I understand what is happening here. I'm okay. And then again we have to just type set email, because whenever we create the database or create the account, we have to set as a default. We have to remove the password, we have to remove the photo URL, we have to remove the username. Okay, and then we have to just type alert. So after creating the account, we have to alert that your account is created, and then simply save it. And then after this, then we are going to use a catch. Error is going to be a alert, and then error, and save it. So this is the whole thing for creating our account. And after this else statement, okay, this if else statement, we have to complete this if else statement. So first else, so this is the first if, so here we are going to use else. So this first if is checking whether the each and everything like this email username is present or not. If it is not filled, then we have to type alert, please fill the form. Please fill the inputs. Fill the inputs. Okay, and again we have to run the else, and here we are going to use alert user name is exist. Okay, I made a mistake here. I have to use this else here and save it. Okay, so I think everything works perfectly nice here. So here's there is something that we have to use here, a synchronize in line 30 and 40. Line 30 and 40 is not used, so we have to remove this. No, use it. So we have to just save it. So everything works perfectly nice. So again, if this email is empty and I click on this sign up button, okay, again we made a mistake here, I think, because it runs the test. Why? Okay, I made a mistake here. I have created the account, but we have to link that function to this button. So on click, so whenever I click on this button, we have to run this function called create account function, and this is the form. So here whenever on submit, we have to run the create account function and save it. So whenever I click on the sign up button, you can see the please fill the inputs are appear, because it's checked these inputs are empty. Okay, this email is empty. If the email is empty and I check, okay, if I have to type some email, so test@test.com, and the username is going to be a test1234, and the password is going to be 123456, and then I click on this sign up button. I click on it, your account is created, and okay, so each and everything is now removed. And whenever I visit the React Firebase, refresh the Firestore, you can see the users collection. Inside that user collection there is a document called named this, whose email is test, whose this, and the username is test1234. So this is the thing that we are going to use here. And whenever you click on the authentication, you can see the users exist, the identifier, the user ID. So this is the thing that we are going to use. the user's account is now created inside Firebase. Now, as you can see here, the username of that user, that the first user is user, or sorry, test1234. Okay, note that. Now again I have to just type test1234, and again I have created the test1 because test.com, and the password is going to be 123456. So the username is the same to the username of this user, so it create an error, username is exist. So this is the thing that we have created here. So make understand how this happens. So first of all, whenever I type the test1234, so it's going to be here. It's check whether the username of this test1234 is exist or not inside our database. If exist, we have to grab that data of that particular user. Okay, now we have to check if that user, if the user is not exist, then the length of that user, then the length of that username doc is going to be a 0. So if username exists dot doc dot length is equals to 0, means the user is not exist, then we have to run this thing. Otherwise we have to run this alert username is exist if user is exist already. Understand what is happening here? And then this another if else statement is for each and every these three main inputs are filled up or not. If these inputs are not filled up, we have to make a alert of please fill the inputs. Okay, understand? And then each and everything is perfectly fine, then they will create a account in our Firebase whose credential, whose email is this and password is this, and by running this function it will give us a some user credential. It will gives us a some user credential, and by using this user credential we have to update our profile. By updating the profile, our profile, because we have to update here display name and the photo URL. Okay, so this will update our profile in which the display name and there is a photo URL is a parameter. And then by after updating this thing, we have to add our users information in our Firestore using a function called setDoc. SetDoc is used to create a document in our Firebase, in our Firestore, who like this. So set a doc, and then the doc, here DB is the reference of our Firestore. Inside that database we have to create a collection. So this is the collection, this is the user collection. Inside that user collection we have to create the user ID. This is the user ID, user credential.user.uid. UID means user ID. And inside that document we have to type email, password, username, photo URL. So this is the thing. And then after completing this all process, we have to remove each and everything from our input by making set email empty string, set password empty string, that. And then after we have to make alert called your account is created. So this is the thing for creation of our account. Now we have to go to logging functionality. So for that, similarly we have to use email as a use state or a variable to store our data. So we have to import the use state. Similarly password, save it here, and then we have to use on change functionality for email. So just type it here email, and then again we have to use password. So on change password is going to be a here, and then here we are going to use create an account called login or simply log in, and then okay. Now go to logging.js, And here we are going to type e dot prevent default, and then signing, then because e dot prevent default means we have to prevent refreshes, and then we are going to use signing with email and password, and then we have to use auth as a reference of our authentication, then email and password that we grabbed from our home or login page, okay, that we have grabbed from our login page. And then after, or dot then after, by running this function we also get user credential credentials as a parameter, and now const we get a new user, whose email id is this. So username is going to be a user credential dot user dot display name. So by running this signing with email, it gives us a user credential, and now we have to use this user credential to store the user data in local storage, to store that data in local storage. Okay, and then similarly we got to get a photo url is going to be a user credential dot user dot photo url again. And after again we got email user credential dot user dot email, and again we got uid user id user credential dot user dot uid, and this is the thing that we get. And then after, okay, so we have to import this auth from firebase.js, and then after we have to store this data in our local storage. So just type local storage dot set item. As you can know, the local storage understand the language of string only, so we have to convert this object into string. So for that we are going to use json.stringify. So this will convert our object into string. Okay, and then after we are going to navigate to the home page. So for that there is a function called use navigate called use navigate of React router DOM, which help us to navigate between different pages. Okay, so then after we got here navigate and then slash home. So by doing this thing we navigate between different pages, understand? Okay, so now user json.stringify new user. Okay, now we can store our data, and after that again we have to check whether there is an error or not. So catch error alert error and save it. So everything works perfectly now fine. Now we have to assign this logging functionality to our form. So on submit logging, and to this button also on click login. And there is a one thing, so whenever we click on this sign up button we navigate to the home page, oh sorry, sign up page. So for that just go to span and just type on click. So whenever we click on this button we navigate to the, just type navigate slash sign up and save it. So whenever I click on that button, sign up button, You can see we navigate to the sign up page. Similarly, we have to go do that thing in sign up page also using use navigate from React router DOM. We have to import this thing, and now go to that logging container and go to this logging button. On click, span sorry navigate to login and save it. So everything works perfectly nice. Now whenever I click on this login button, we navigate to sign up page. Okay, so this is the thing that we are going to do here. Okay, now there is one thing also. So by creating, whenever we create, the alert happens, and then after we have to navigate to the login page. So just type login. Okay, so whenever I create, suppose taste1 at the rate taste.com, we have to change the user ID now 5678, and then the password of 123456, and then sign up. Okay, this will take some time. Your account is created. By clicking OK, we navigate to the home page. Okay, so this is the thing. So now we have to sign up. We have to log in. So for that, just type an email ID and password 123456, and whenever I click on login, it's check the credential and we navigate to the home page. Okay, so this is the thing that we are going to do here, and there is a one thing. So by doing this thing, we cannot uh, okay, so for that we have to understand the data. So go to home.js, and here, okay, so there is some complication here to understand the functionality. So later we can do that functionality. After creating whole project, we have to use React Context API. React Context API to store the user data. As you can see here, whenever I logged in, like taste@taste.com 123456, I don't remember this will work or not. Okay, so I navigate to the home page, and as you can see here, whenever I refresh, I still logged in. And this functionality happens when we are going to use. So for this functionality, we have to use React Context API, and for that, first of all, we have to build whole application, and then we have to use React Context API to use this functionality. Okay, so now our authentication is completely done. We have logged in finally. So this is the that's it, guys. Now authentication is perfectly worked now. Okay, now we are going to use React Context API in this Instagram clone. So how we can do that, and why we have to do that. So first of all, we have to understand why we have to use React Context API here. As you can see here, first of all, we have to grab the user's data from Firebase authentication, not Firestore. Mark my words, we have to grab the data from Firebase authentication. So for that, we have to import auth from our firebase.js, auth fire from our firebase.js. Okay, and then inside this div, we are going to use here a tertiary operator. So auth dot current user. If this current user exists, then we have to display the current user name. Otherwise, we have to say please logging first. Okay, so this is the thing. As you can see here, the name of the user are appear now. So this is the thing that we have to do generally. But here there is one problem. Whenever we refresh the page, as you can see, whenever we refresh the page, it say please logging first. It means there is a no user. So here we have to use React Context API to store the user's data in the particular part of the website or web app. So how we can do that? So first of all, we have to create a file called state provider, called state provider.js. Okay, and then we have to open this file, and here we are going to use, first of all, we have to import something. So first is the React itself. Okay, and then we have to use here create context, because we are going to create here a context. So create context, then we have to use that context. So use context, this is the hook, and use reducer. And here this is from the documentation, so you doesn't need to worry about how this works, how we have to use this, why we have to use this. Okay, and then we have to export the data. Export const state context. Here we are going to create a context, state context, using create context. And then okay, so here we have created the context, and now then after we have to use that context. So for that, just type const state provider is equals to, here we are going to use reducer. This is the dependencies, initial state of the state provider, initial state, and then the children, means the component which is inside this state provider. Okay, and then arrow function. So here I think I made a mistake here. Instead of this curly braces, I have to use braces here. Oh, sorry. Okay, that's it, guys. And instead of again this, we have to use parent brackets, and then we are going to use state provider, or sorry, state context dot provider. Then close the thing, and here we are going to use value, which is use reducer, and inside that reducer we are going to type reducer and initial state. This is from documentation, so you does not need to worry, do not need to worry how this work and how we can use these things. Okay, then export this thing. Then we have to create a use state value is equals to function, where we can use this context, use context, and here we are going to type a state context. Okay, so to use a particular state provider, we have to use this use state value. Okay, now we have to wrap our whole app using this state provider. And how we can do that? So first of all, we have to go to index.js, and here we have to wrap our app, this app folder, to state provider. So first of all, we have to create the state provider, and then we have to copy this and paste it here. And inside this state provider, we have to pass some dependencies, initial state, which is equals to initial state, and reducer equals to reducer. And we have to create this initial state and reducer by creating a file called reducer.js in source folder. Okay, so now we have to go to reducer.js, and we have to create this initial initial states and the reducer. Okay, so for that, just simply go to here and we have to create export initial state for our app. So const initial state, which is going to be a, okay, as we have stored the user information in the local storage, we have to grab that data or user's data from local storage and stored in the initial state. If the user is not stored in the local storage, then the initial value must be none. Okay, so user we have just created. Then we have to, as you know, inside local storage only string is stored. So we have to convert the string into a object. Okay, so for that we have to use JSON dot parse, and inside that we are going to use local storage dot get item, and here we store that user's information in the name of user and save it. So we grab the data. If this user is not there, then it is none. If the user is there, then it gives the data of that particular user. Now here we are going to use reducer here. So reducer, we have to create a state, a switch function where we can discuss, where we can decide whether we have to store that data in the reducer or not, or in the state provider or not, in the context API, not state provider, in the context API. So here we are going to do that thing. Yeah, first of all we have to provide a state and then action and then arrow function. Okay, here we are going to display the display action of our reducer. Okay, and save it. And then we are going to use switch statement, and we have to decide the case according to the action what we have to do. So here we are going to use action dot type, and then the case is here. So first of all we have to create a case called set user. So this is the type to set the user, set user. Okay, and then we have to return here, return the current state and the thing that we have to modify. So we have to modify user here. So user dot action dot user and save it. That's it guys, we have done the thing. Now we have to provide the default one. So default return state, return state and save it. So this is the reducer guys. Now we have to import this initial state from the reducer and the reducer from the reducer. So again we have to export this thing, export default reducer and save it. Now again go to the index.js and we have to import this reducer and save it. So now here we use the, okay, what a second, we have used the reducer, oh sorry, state provider react context API. Okay, this is the structure. First of all we have to create the state provider. This is from the documentation, so you did not want to worry about how we can create this context API. This is from the documentation. You just need to copy and paste. You simply need to understand that we have to create the reducer.js in which we have to decide the initial state and the reducer. Means this is the function where we can decide what we have to do here. Here we have to set the user. So we have to create a different action for set the user. If we want to create anything like in e-commerce website, we have to add the basket. Means we have to add the items in the basket. So here we have to create a case for adding the item in the basket. Understand my word? So this is the case for set the user. Now we have to use this state and we have to add the user in the context API whenever we logged in. Understand? So first of all, we have to go to the logging.js, and then whenever we signed in, we have to use here we have to dispatch our user's credential to the context API. So how we can do that? Simply go to here in the logging function, and here we have to use state value. Use state value const. Here we have to destructure the use state value like this. First we have to provide the curly braces, and then we have to type a function called dispatch. This function dispatch the data between the between the logging page, and then it dispatch the data to the context API, and then use state value. That's it, guys. This is the D structure. This is array D structure. In this, use state value gives us an array in which there is a first item is going to be a m means curly braces is a object, and second is a function, dispatch function. With the help of this dispatch function, we can dispatch the user's data or anything else from the website to the context API. And here we are going to dispatch simply this, and then we have to provide an object. Inside that object we have to provide a type. Here we are going to use set user type, and then we are going to provide the data user, and then we have to just simply type new user, because we have to provide this credential to the context API, and save it. Okay, and now whenever we dispatch that data to the context API, now we have to get that data in the home.js. Okay, home.js. So simply here we have to use state value, array structure, and here we are going to use user, and then dispatch use state value, and save it. Now instead of this thing, simply just type if user exists. If user exists, then just type user dot display name. Otherwise, please logging first. Okay, so here there is some, okay, here I made a mistake, and save it. So now we made some mistake here. First of all, we have to log in, I think so. So we have to log in, click on this logging button, and we navigate to the home page. So first of all, we have to see the error. So here we get the error. Okay, set the user. Everything works perfectly nice. So why? So here the user is stored in the context API. As you can see, this is the type and this is the user. Okay, so where is the problem, bro? We get that data, use state value, user. Okay, reducer, everything works perfectly nice. Home is working nice. User dot display name. So I think here I made a mistake. So go to console, memo application, local storage, username. Everything works perfectly nice. So where is the problem? Okay, here we are going to use user name. Okay, everything works perfectly nice. And now whenever I refresh the thing, you can see we are logged in already. Okay, we are logged in already. But whenever I remove this data, this user, from the local storage and refresh the page, as you can see, please logging first. So this is the power of the React Context API. Understand? And there is a main feature of React Context API. Now you can use these users information without using local storage. You just need to use this use state value in each and every component. Suppose you want to use this user information, just copy this line and paste it anywhere and use it. This is the power of React Context API. You can use the particular data in each and every component. Okay, in each and every component. Mark my words, in each and component. This is the main feature of the React Context API. And from this, by learning React Context API, after that, after some time, you can learn about Redux also. Redux is also very powerful feature, powerful tool for React developer. It makes your life very easy. Okay, so this is the power of React Context API and how you can use it. So again, I just logged in, go to login page, I logged in, and you can see the name is appear now. My username is appear now. Whenever I refresh it, you can see I am already logged in, so it doesn't say me please log in first. So this is the thing that we want to do using React Context API. Okay, so in the next session we are going to build Navbar for our Instagram clone. So now we are going to create a navbar like this. As you can see, this is the navbar for our Instagram clone. Okay, so here this is the logo and this is the call of actions. So now, first of all, we are going to create a new component called navbar.js. Okay, and then we have to type a shortcut for our boilerplate RFCE. Okay, and then save it. And then go to home.js and here simply import navbar. As you can see, the navbar imported, and as you can see, this is the navbar appear in our home page. Okay, as we want this navbar in our home page. Now go to navbar.js, and here we are going to first of all create a style component. So style from style components, and then here we are going to create a container. Const container is equals to style dot div and save it. And now instead of this div we are going to use this container and save it. So everything works perfectly fine. Now here, after this container we are going to create a new component called logo, where our logo is going to be stored. So first, then after we are going to create a logo. Const logo is equals to style dot div. Save it. And inside this logo we are going to put our image, and the image is, I will provide the starter pack for our Instagram clone in the description. I will provide the link of the starter pack. Okay, so this is the image. Okay, and then just type logo.png. So this is the image. As you can see, the image is up here. This is the image that just I imported. Okay, this is the image. So now, after importing image, we are going to create a search bar. As you can see in the desktop version, this is the search bar. Okay, we have to create that search bar. So, search bar. Okay, and we have to create this component const search bar is equals to style dot div and create it and the backticks. Okay, we just created the search bar, and inside this search bar we are going to put an input, and the placeholder is going to be search dot and save it. And then after these four icons, now we are going to put these four icons. Okay, icons. We are going to create this icon container. So const icons is equals to style dot div. Now inside this icon there are going to be a four icon, so we have to create the icon component also, and then just create this component. Okay, wait a second, and is equals to style dot div. Okay, so everything works perfectly fine now. Now inside these icons we are going to create a four icon. Okay, now we have to place these images that we get. Okay, so we have to grab these images first. So one, two, three, and four. Okay, and then just put it here. So this is the three image that we want. This is the add card button, this is home image, and this is the chat image. But okay, so now we have to place these images here using image 14 1 home dot svg. This is the home page, so we get that home image, and again we are going to use image here, and this is for add. So 14 dash add dash card dash svg. This is the add post button, so this is for adding post. And then the second last one is for chat. So simply 47 dash chat dot 1 dot svg. Okay, so this is for chat. As you can see, this is the chat image. And now here we are going to use Instagram, sorry, users image. In the third icon we are going to use users image. So for that we have to simply go to the website called flat icon, sorry, flat icon, not flat icon, and the search profile, and simply download this image, users image. Okay, so I have just downloaded it here. Now simply show in a folder. Now we have to put this image in this one and rename it as user.png. Okay, so we named it, and simply here type image and then just user.png. This is the, here is the user's profile image is going to be stored, is shown. Okay, so this is the structure for our Navbar. Now we are going to design it. So first of all we have to go to container.js and just simply type height is going to be a 60 pixel, padding, okay, wait a second, I made a mistake here, and okay, and then padding is going to be a padding top, not only padding top is going to be a 5 pixel, display flex direction row, align item, okay, align item center, justify contain space evenly, bordered bottom is going to be 1 pixel, solid light gray. Background color is going to be a hashtag FFF. Position is going to be fixed. Top 0. Width 100%. Z index is going to be 100. And @media only screen and max width 768 pixel. So for the screen whose size is going to be less than 768 pixel, we want justify contain space around. Okay, now we are going to design our logo. So here we simply want cursor pointer now we are going to customize this, or sorry, design our logo container. So we have to put cursor pointer, that's it. Now our Instagram Navbar is, I think, ready. As you can see, some changes are look, but because of the size of this icon we cannot understand what's going on. So first of all, we are going to design these icons. So for that, first of all, we have to go to this icons component, and display going to be flex, align item center, width is going to be 180 pixel. Please type as I type, otherwise there is some misfunctions. Okay, justify content is going to be spaced evenly. Height is going to be 40 pixel. Okay, now go to icon, and here simply type width is going to be 35 pixel. Height is going to be 35 pixel. Cursor pointer, and in this image size is going to width 25 pixel, height 25 pixel. Now you can see everything works perfectly nice. So this is the thing that we want here. Okay, and now we are going to style our search bar. So go to search bar and type, first of all we have to type height is going to be 30 pixel, width is going to be a 268 pixel, padding is going to be 3 pixel, 16 pixel, 3 pixel and 16 pixel. Mean height is going to be auto, mean width is going to be auto, background color hashtag EF, border radius 10 pixel, display flex, align item center and justify content center, input background color transparent, border going to be none, outline is going to be none, line height is going to be an 18 pixel, and font size is going to be a 14 pixel. And now, as you can see, in the our Instagram clone demo, in the mobile version or in the mobile screen, we don't need search bar. So how we can remove it? And as you can see, whenever we increase the size, the search bars appear. So we can do that thing using media queries. Simply do as I do. So media only screen and max width is going to be a 768 pixel and display none. That's it. So for the screen whose width is going to be small than 768, we don't need this search bar. Okay, so this is the thing that we want. As you can see, the search bar is now gone and search bar is appear now. Okay, okay, and here we can make to do here. So width is going to be a 90%. Width is going to be a 90%. So that's it, guys. This is the Instagram navbar for our clone. Okay, now in the next session we are going to build a feed container where our posts are going to be live. Okay, so now we are going to create a post. Means we have to structurize our post and design our post like this. As you can see, this is the post. This is the name of the user. This is the user image. This is the name or username. This is the photo, and this is the call of actions for our users. So now we have to create this post container. So first of all, we have to create a new file called post.js. Okay, and then type rfce for boilerplate and save it. Now go to home, and instead of these things, we are going to type post like this and save it. And as you can see, there is some error. We have to import the post, and for that we have to save it here and again. Okay, so we have to import it. So import post from post and save it. Okay, as okay, wait a second, I made a mistake here. So we have to go to home.js, and here we are going to create a inner component where our post going to lie. So first of all, we have to create this container called inner style.div, and inside this inner we are going to create a main component. Create this const, paste it here, and this is going to be a main, and save it. Now here we are going to design something here. So here we are going to type width is going to be 100%, top is going to be a 60 pixel, margin top is going to be 60. Okay, I made a mistake here. We have to remove this 60 pixel. Margin top is going to be 60 pixel, and here inside this main we are going to type post and save it. So as you can see, the post is appear now inside this main, we are going to type max width is going to be 935 pixel, margin margin is going to be 20 pixel auto, and height is going to be 680 pixel. So this margin 20 pixel or auto means it's the 20 pixel for bottom and top, and auto means auto for left and right. So 20 pixel for bottom and top, and auto is going to be a left and right. Okay, and then just type display flex and justify contain space evenly. Okay, so this is the thing that we want. And okay, again I made a mistake here. Here we are going to create a post container, so where our post is going to be saved. So here our post is going to be saved. Okay, here, so const save it style dot div. So inside this post container our post lies, and save it. And here we are going to type, here we are going to type max width is going to be 620 pixel, and width is going to be 100%. Okay, so everything works perfectly fine now. Now our home page is complete, ready. Now we have to design post or create a post. So how we can do that thing? So here simply, first of all we have to create a style component. So for that we have to import styled from style components, and then just type it here, const container is going to be style dot div. Okay, and then we have to use this container here instead of that div. Okay, so everything works perfectly fine. Now inside this container, first of all we have to create this user info container. This is the user info container. Then we are going to type content. So this is the, this image is lies the content container, content content. Okay, and this is the post call of action. Okay, so now, so first of all we have to create the three component for our post: user info, and then save it. And then again we want content, and then post CTA, and save it. So we have to create these containers here, const paste style dot div, const content style dot div, and again we want const post CTA style dot div, and save it. So everything looks perfect now. Now inside this user info, we are going to type or write image. First of all we have to type image, and the source is going to be a user.png for default user, and then the text or the name of the user. So I just type my name, Pradyuman Patel, and save it. Okay, so now we have to design these things, otherwise it looks very messy. So first of all we have to design this container. Height is going to be a footer content, width is going to be 100%, border is going to be 1 pixel, solid light gray, Background color is going to be a hashtag FFF. Margin top is going to be 20 pixel. Okay. Now we are going to design this user info. So here we are going to type height is going to be a 60 pixel. Padding is going to be a 5 pixel, 10 pixel. Display flex. Align item center, and the border bottom 1 pixel solid light gray. Okay, and then the image, which lies inside this user info container. So width is going to be a 38 pixel. 38 pixel. Height is going to be a 38 pixel. Border radius is going to be 100%. Margin left for 10 pixel, and border 1 pixel solid light gray. Okay, and then again we want for a P, font size is going to be a 14 pixel. Line height is going to be a 18 pixel. Font width is going to be 600, and margin left is going to be a 10 pixel. So as you can see, everything works perfectly nice, and it looks very nice for the user info. And now here we are going to type or store an image, random image. Okay, so first just copy this image address, and inside this content we are going simply type image, and then the link, and then this link, and save it, and then this link. So as you can see, the image is now appear. Now we have to design this image container also contain, this content folder. So how you can do that thing? So simply type width is going to be 100%. Display flex. Overflow x is going to be none. Okay, we don't need that overflow. Border bottom 1 pixel solid light gray, and then we want an image whose width is going to be 100%. So that's it, guys. This is the for image. Now we are going to create a post CTA like this. As you can see, this is the post CTA. This is the like button. This is the comment button, and then we get the biography or the description for that particular image, and then this view all 0 comments, and then more. This more is going to expand the this description for the image and this input. Okay, so this is for the post CTA, I think so. Okay, so now we are going to create this post CTA like this. So go to post.js, and inside this post CTA container, first of all we have to create a new div called CTA buttons. Okay, so copy this, go down below, const so now here we are going to create this CTA buttons component like this. CTA buttons. So inside these CTA buttons, we are going to store these images for like button and comment button. Okay, like button and comment button. So simply type image, and here we are going to put this heart image and the chat image. Okay, so heart dot png, and second image is going to be a chat png. Okay, and now we are going to create this CTA component const CTA style dot div and save it. So as you can see, the image is now up here. Now we are going to do the designing with structuring. Otherwise, it creates some messy. So first of all, we have to design the post CTA. So width is going to be a 90%, margin auto, and then we are going to do styling for the CTA. So height is going to be a 54 pixel, display flex, align item center, then the image is going to be a width 22 pixel, height is going to be a 22 pixel. Okay, so I made a mistake here. We want this chat1.png. We don't want this chat.png. So chat1 and save it. Okay, okay. And then height 22 pixel, margin right is going to be a 15 pixel, and cursor is going to be a pointer. Okay, so margin right 10 pixel. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice now. So now we are going to create this like count, which is below the CTA buttons. So for that, we have to create another component called like count. Okay, style component. So we have to create it. So then const paste it here equals to style.div and save it. And then inside that like count we are going to type p and then the number of likes and just type likes and save it. That's it, guys. So this is the thing, and now we have to design it. Now we have to design it like this. What is this, bro? Like this. So inside this like count there is a p, and I have to design it. The font size is going to be a 15 pixel. Font weight is going to be a 600, and margin bottom 10 pixel. So everything works perfectly nice, as you can see. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice. Now we are going to create these descriptions. So for that, again we have to create a new component called post description. So post descript description description. Okay, now we have to copy the name, const, paste it here, style dot div. Okay, and now inside that Inside that, we are going to do some logic. Okay, so now display is going to be a flex direction column, width is going to be 100%, and inside this post description we are going to put h4, yeah, h5, whatever you want. So here I am going to type h5 and the caption, and the some captions like big captions. Okay, lorem 50, paste it. As you can see, it works. Lorem 50. Okay, now inside this post description we are going to put these buttons: view all, comments, and more button. So for that, here we are going to create a called new div called description buttons. So we have to copy this class name, and here we are going to type a button named p, not button, we are going to type p text. Here we are going to type view all comments. Okay, and then again a p tag where we are going to type more. As you can see, this is the view all comments and more button. This is the button, means not an actually button, but this is the mechanism. Okay, now whenever we click on this more button, for example, I have to wait a second. For example, image for Instagram. So I just put it here and get some random image, copy image address, then go to our React app, paste it here, and here we are going to type a lorem epson. Control C, paste it here and share it. So as you can see, whenever we click on this more button, the description elaborated, expand, and whenever again we click on this less button, the description becomes short. So now we have to work on it and make that functionality workable. Okay, so for that, first of all, we have to design each and every part of our description. So for that, just simply go to the description component, post description component, and here we are going to type h5. Resize is going to be a none. Okay, we don't want this resize. Font size is going to be a 14 pixel. Line height is going to be a 20 pixel, and border is going to be a none. Width is going to be 100%. Now here we are going to do something. So here we are going to height is going to be a 14 pixel. For now we are going to type height is going to be 14 pixel, and now we are going to type overflow y hidden. As you can see, everything works perfectly fine. Now mean height is going to be a 40 pixel, and font weight is going to be a 500. Okay, so everything looks very perfect now. Now we are going to work on how to expand this description. But for that, we are going to do some designing for these buttons, description buttons, which is inside the post description. So just type dot and then the class name and then curly braces. Now we are able to do something here. So first of all, we have to type font size is going to be a 12 pixel. Okay, or maybe 13 pixel, whatever you want. and display 13 pixel and display flex, display flex, or otherwise this we want here 14. Okay, display flex justify contain space between. Okay, as you can see, everything looks perfectly nice. Now 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 inside this there is a p tag for which we are going to do. So here we are going to type margin top, which is going to be 10 pixel for the component. Margin bottom is going to be a 20 pixel. Color is going to be gray. Color is going to be a gray, and the cursor is going to be pointer for the p tag. So whenever we hover over it, the cursor changes to view all comments and more options are appear now. Now we are going to do here some logic behind how to elaborate this description. So simply for that, here in this post description, we are going to provide a attribute called more button called more button is equals to button more button, which is the state, which is a state where boolean value is going to be stored. So const more button set more button, and use state is going to be false. So initial value is going to be a false, and save it. Now copy this name and paste it here as it is. Now we provide a attribute value to the post description. So now we have to grab that attribute in this post description style component. So how we can get that? So we want that post description in this height. So for that you have to provide a dollar sign and then a curly bracket, dollar sign and curly bracket, dollar sign and curly bracket, and then just type props, then we have to provide a props and then the arrow function, and simply type props dot more button. If more button is true, we want fit a contain. So fit contain means to the end, and then if this more button is false, then we want 40 pixel, and save it. Okay, so whenever I click on this more button, and now we have to assign this more button function to this more button. So go to this p tag and type on click. So whenever we click on this button, we want to set the value of more button to whatever it is. Okay, so as you can see, everything works perfectly fine. But whenever you click on this more button, you want a list, you want to change that more to list. So here we are going to do some logic to more also. Here whenever more button is true, we want to type more, and otherwise we want list. That's it, guys. Okay, so everything works perfectly fine. Now we have to again refresh. Okay, if more button is true, Okay, is more button, when more button is true we want less, and if more this then more button is this. Okay, whenever if you click this it's working. Okay, so this is the thing, this is the mechanism behind the description. Now we are going to design a input function for an input for comment. So just type command input. Okay, and then copy this and create a new element. Okay, const, paste it here, command input is equals to style dot div. Okay, and then save it. So copy this. So I made a mistake. Okay, I made a mistake here. We want capital C here, and save it. So now command input is ready. Command input is ready, and now we have to structurize it. So first of all we want an input whose a placeholder is going to be add comment. Okay, save it, and then the button, and then the button for post. Okay, and save it. Now we have to design this command input. Command input. So simply go to command input and just type, as I type, padding is going to be 10 pixel for the top and bottom and 0 pixel for the left and right. Width is going to be 100%, and display is going to be flex. Align item center, justify content center, border top, 1 pixel solid light gray. Okay, and now we are going to design input, which is going to be a flex 0.9, flex 0.9. Height is going to be 30 pixel. Border is going to be none. Margin right is going to be 10 pixel, and outline is going to be none, and save it. So everything works perfectly nice. Now we are going to design a button. So now we are going to design a button. Background color is going to be transparent. Background color is going to be transparent. Border none. Outline none. Font size 15 pixel, and color is going to be a hashtag 18A4F8, and save it. So everything works perfectly nice, and this is the post container for our Instagram clone. Now simply go to home.js, and we can do here like this: paste it here, paste it here, paste it here, and save it. So everything works perfectly nice. But now we are going to provide this post an attributes, and attributes like this. Username is going to be Patel Pradyuman. Okay, and then similarly we are going to type an image URL for like this. Image URL is going to be something like this: dot user dot png, and again we are going to type caption. So here we are going to type caption lorem, like this. So we just go to post, and instead of this whole thing, just copy this thing and provide here, save it. And again photo URL and then the image URL for user, sorry, this photo URL means photo URL is for user's image. Okay, photo URL is for user image and image is URL for content URL for the content. So this is the content, copy image address, paste it here, save it, and again image URL, then the post ID which is optional. Okay, so now simply remove this. Now we have to get that thing like this username. Just type it here, username, photo URL, and remember you have to provide these things, these attributes or these props in the object in the curly braces, because in React, whenever you provide attributes to the particular component like this post component, these attributes arranged in the form of object, which we destructured here in the destructured here in the form of object. As you can see, we have destructured that prop in the form of object already, so we simply use that name or keys to access that attributes. Okay, and similarly caption, image URL. Okay, everything we get it. Now simply instead of this whole thing, just simply type image URL. Instead of this, just simply type photo URL. Instead of this name, we simply want user name. Okay, and this caption is going to be caption. Save it. That's it, guys. We get that. Suppose if you want to change the name of the user, we simply go here and just type the rock and save it. As you can see, the name changed. If you want to change the caption, simply add it here like this: I want to visit USA. As you can see, whenever I type, the change is happening here. I want to visit USA. Okay, so this is the thing, this is the props in the React. So now our post container is completely ready. Now our post container is completely ready, as you can see here. So in the next session, we are going to create an profile page for a particular user like this. As I say, whenever we click on this profile button, we are going to navigate to that profile page. As you can see, this is the profile where we see the image that we post. Understand? So now we are going to create the profile page like this, as you can see on our demo Instagram flow. But we don't want this data for following and request, because we are not working on that part. In the later version or in the upgrade version of our Instagram clone that I will post in the future, we will make that feature workable in our Instagram clone. But till now, we are going to build a simple profile page where there is image and then this username and then the post that they made. Okay, so for that, first of all, we have to create a profile.js component where we are going to type RFC for boilerplate and save it. Now, here in app.js, we are going to create a new route for profile. Like this, path is going to be profile, and element is going to be a profile, and save it. So now simply go to that profile. Okay, we navigate to the profile page now, and now you can see the profile is up here. Now we are going to design this thing. So first of all, we have to import a style component from styled components, and we have to create a basic container here, style.div, and we have to provide this container, okay, instead of that div. Now we have to provide a navbar also here, so just type navbar and save it. So navbar appear now. Now inside this thing we are going to type a main. Okay, so now we have to create this main component. Const main is equals to style dot main. Save it. Okay, so now main is up here. Now here as you can see, this is the user's profile. This is user's profile, and this is the post. This is the post container. Okay, so first of all we are going to create a user profile which is inside their main, which is inside a main. Understand? So user profile. Okay, and save it. Now we have to create that component. Const, paste it here, style dot div, save it. Now inside this user profile we are going to create a new component called user image, and inside that image we are going to type img, and the source is user.png, and save it. Okay, and then we are going to type in h2 and h2 for the user. So just type Patel Pradyuman and save it. Okay, as simple as that. Now we are going to design this user profile. So simply just type as I do. So first of all we are going to do this thing. Width is going to be 100% for container. Margin top is going to be an 80 pixel. So we cover this the navbar distance. Okay, and then the main. So the main margin is going to be auto. Height is going to be a feet a content. Padding is going to be a 10 pixel. Max width is going to be a 935 pixel. Z index is going to be a -100. Okay, and then we are going to do something here in user profile. So just type display flex, align item center, justify content center. Width is going to be 100%. Border bottom 1 pixel, 1 pixel solid light gray. Padding bottom 40 pixel, and then the image means user dot, then the dot user dash image is going to be a margin right of 30 pixel. Z index is going to be a -100. -100, and the width is going to be a 55 pixel, and height is also going to be a 55 pixel, and image img is equal to width 100%. Okay, we don't want this 55, we want 155. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice. As you can see, the width is appear now with a name. Okay, and now we have to do some customization to font size is going to be 28 pixel and font weight is going to be a 400. So refresh. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. Okay, we have to put this thing outside user image. Okay, so we want 26 and 500. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice. Now this is the thing that we want here. Now instead of these things, instead of this thing, as you can see, this is the name. We already signed in to the uh, to the uh, to the Instagram clone. As you can see here, to in our local storage we have the username and the photo URL also, and the photo URL also, which is null. But we have to provide a default user's image to this is our default image. Okay, if the user doesn't provide the photo URL of him, we have to use these things. So for that, simply go here in the profile page, and we have to just do like this. As you know, we have stored this data. As you know, we have stored this data in the users form in the context API. As you can see, we have stored that thing in the React context API. So we have to access this user in this profile. So how we can do that? Just simply type const and then the curly braces user, and use state value. Okay, and save it. So now we get the access to the users information which is stored in the context API. Now just type user. If user exists, then user dot, okay, I have to do username. Okay, user name and save it. So as you can see, the test123 is now up here. So this is the things. Okay, okay, and then here we are going to type if user dot photo URL is equals to null, then we want this user dot png. Otherwise we want user dot photo URL. Okay, understand these things. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice. As you can see here, the image is null. If here the photo URL is null, so it provides the null. So to check that thing, you just type random user image, copy this image address and go to our, okay, go to our React app, and now we have to click log out. So the logout functionality is right now is not working, but if you delete this user and refresh the page, we log it out. Okay, so we have to log in again. We have to create a new user with a test@test5.com. Username is going to be a pd patel, password is 123456, and the photo URL is going to be this, and sign up. Okay, your account is created. Now simply go to test@test5.com 123456 and log in. Now whenever we navigate to the, as you can see the photo here in our user section, you can see this the photo URL is appear now. Okay, so now simply navigate to the profile page, and as you can see, the image is now appear as we stored that data in our database. Okay, that's it guys, but we have to do something here. in this image, we want border radius of 50%, so it becomes rounded. Okay. Now now in the navbar also, we want to do that thing again and again. So just use the use state value or context api, use state value, copy this, and instead of this user.png, simply go here and copy this logic and go to navbar and paste there. As you can see, the nav in the navbar the profile image is now up here, but we have to customize it as we don't do that thing. So we have to just do as do here. As you can see, we want to do rounded image to the last one only. So for that simply go to the outside the icon and provide end, and then the nth child means the icons container. This is the icon containers. In their icon container, in this icons container, so this is the icons container. In this icon container we have to modify in the fourth one only, which is the fourth child. So we just type in fourth child of it. Okay, inside there is an image and we want border radius of 50%. So as you can see, the border becomes rounded now. Now this is the thing that we want to do here. Okay, now simply go to profile, and now we are going to design the post container. We have to design this post container. So simply go to profile.js, and here we are going to type post container, and we have to again create this post container. Okay, so const, paste it here, style.div, and save it. Now inside this post we are going to create a particular post. Okay, so again we have to create the new post is equals to style.div and save it. Okay, now go to post container and type as I type. Okay, wait a second. So first of all we have to design the post. So just simply type as I type. Width is going to be 100. Okay, now no, we have to understand what is going to here. So here as you can see, here whenever I put something, so again I have to random. So Instagram images for post. So simply go to images and copy the images for, so I just copy this image address, paste it here, and some caption I want here. So go to home.js. Okay, so I just type random things here. So I just type random. Okay, and share it. So as you can see, the three photos are up here. Again I just type share it. Again the fourth one, again I share it. Fifth, fourth. So as you can see, here the grid becomes here it create a grid. As you can see, this is the grid. Inspect. As you can see, this is the grid. This is a grid of a particular length. So here we are going to create a grid inside this post container. Inside this post, this is the post container. As you can see, this is post container. So we have to create a grid here. As you can see, this is the grid. This is grid. So here we are going to create a grid inside this post container. Inside this post container, Okay, so just type display grid, and the grid template column is here. We want column of three column whose height is going to be min max from 159 pixel to 293 pixel. Okay, and grid gap must be 20 pixel, and justify content is going to be center, and at the rate media only screen and max width means for the mobile version we don't want a grid, so grid gap becomes 0. Okay, and now we are going to design this post. So for that, simply go here, copy the image address, and we have to create some random post here inside this. So just type image and the okay, so simply go to a below the post, and now we are going to customize it. So the width is going to be 100%, width is going to be 100%, cursor is pointer, border 1 pixel solid light gray, display flags, align item center, and now inside this image we want image of width 100%, and whenever we hover the container we want a filter of grayscale of zero point 0.8. So whenever we hover, the grayscale appear. Okay, so now we are going to do a post here, copy and paste it and save it. So as you can see, the multiple posts are appear with a grid. So this is the grid. Okay, so this is the post. So now everything works perfectly fine, and now our profile picture is completely done now. Okay, there is one thing that we forgot, is that we want like this. Okay, we want these things, this what this is the select. Okay, so now we are going to build this this menu for to navigate to the profile page and the logout function. So for that, simply here we are going to create a new component. Simply go to here in the nth child 4, oh sorry, in the fourth icon, and here we are going to type a menu, and inside this there is a element menu element where we are going to type profile, and the second element we are going to type is log out. Okay, simple as this. So we are going to create a new component called const menu is equals to style dot div, and again const menu element equals to style dot div. Okay, everything works perfectly nice, and now we have to remove these things from material UI because material UI is not working here. Now as you can see, the profile and logout is appear now here we are going to provide a position related to the fourth child, which is fourth icon and here we are going to type position relative to that. Okay, and the bottom is going to be minus 10 pixel. Okay, minus 10 pixel. Background color is going to be hashtag FFF. Okay, refresh this thing. Background color is not appearing. Why? Okay, border is going to be 1 pixel solid red for understanding only. So border is appear now. Width is going to be 100 pixel. I think 100 pixel is better. Background color is not working. Why? Background, save it. Okay, now background color is workable. We want a padding of 10 pixel. Okay, now we are going to work on this element. The element height is going to be a 20 pixel or 40 pixel, I think. Okay, so we want 30 pixel, and the color is going to be a gray. Border bottom 1 pixel solid light gray, and whenever we hover on it, background color is changed to gray. Okay, light gray. Something more lighter than it. Okay, that's it guys. And we want a padding of 10 pixel here also. So we remove this padding here. Okay, and the height is going to be 20, and we have to remove this solid red. Again we are going to type border 1 pixel solid light gray, and border radius is going to be a 10 pixel, not 10, we are going to type 5 pixel. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice. And now we are going to type bottom of 20. No, 10 is better. 10 is better. 10 or 8. Okay, that looks very perfect and nice. Now whenever we hover on it, the border is up enough. Now whenever we click on this button, on this icon users image, we want to set this open. We have to create a new state called open menu, and set open menu equals to use state, and the initial value is going to be a false, and save it. So I think I made a mistake here. Okay, and save it. Now here we are going to type set open menu is going to be a open menu. Okay, and now we have to type this open menu and pass it to this menu, and then we have to type is here display, and then the dollar sign props. Now get it here, props dot menu open menu, and if this open menu is true, we have to type block, otherwise we want none. That's it guys. So whenever this is workable now. Okay, so whenever we click on this, we click on this. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice. And now here I made a mistake here in the spelling. Profile, profile. Okay, and now we are going to work on the logout function. On the logout function of our app, we are going to create a logout function for our app. So simply create a new function, arrow function called log out is equals to this, and we want e here. Okay, we want e. And now here we are going to use sign out of Firebase auth. Inside auth we are going to type auth, which is from firebase.js, and then we want then, and then the arrow function. Inside that arrow function we have to remove the user's data from the local storage also, whose key is user, and also we have to remove the data from React context API. So for that we are going to use dispatch function from the use state value. So for that just type dispatch, and then the type of the function with that we want. Here we are going to use a set user, and then provide the user's information, which is going to be a null because we want to do logout. And then we want navigation. So for navigation we are going to use navigate of React router DOM. Use navigate from React router DOM. Okay, and then just type navigate to login. Okay, and if there is some error, okay, here I made a mistake, I think this then. So where is that then? Okay, we want to do that thing inside this. Okay, again I made a mistake, I think. Okay, we want this thing inside this dispatch function, and then we want navigate to login. Okay, and then we want catch here, which if there is some error we want to console it or alert error, and save it. That's it guys, we created the logout functionality. Now we have to assign this logout to this menu element. So on click logout, log out. Okay, and whenever we click on this on profile, we navigate to the profile page. So for that simply type navigate navigate to profile and save it. So I think I made a mistake here. What can I do now, bro? I think I made a mistake here. There is lots of error here. I think I made a mistake. We want this on click here in this, and we want menu element. Okay, again there is some error. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice now. Now whenever we click, okay, refresh this page. Okay, again we made a mistake here. and save it. And now again, so everything works perfect nice. Whenever we click on this logout, we navigate to the page. So again, test@test5.com 123456 login. And whenever we click on this profile, we navigate to the okay. Again, I made a mistake here. Profile. Back. Click on this profile. So this is the thing that we are doing here. And now our profile page is completely done. In the next video, or section, we are going to talk about how to add post in the Instagram clone and in the Firebase also. Okay, so the next session is going to be an interesting session. So now we are going to create an Instagram post like this. So whenever we click on this and share, we created the post, and then we navigate to the home page, and as you can see, the post is created. The post is created. Okay, the post is created. So like this, whenever we click on this, the dialog is open. In this dialog, we are going to provide image URL, the caption, and then the cancel and share button. So for that, simply we have to use Material UI. So just Google it and go to this website and then install these dependencies. After installing this, I have already installed this package. After installing this package, simply go to components and then just search dialog, and then simply search dialog here in this area. Okay, I think I missed it. You have to search dialog. Okay, now go to this and search dialog. So whenever we click on this open and we want to grab the form like this, we want this form. Okay, so simply copy these dependencies, copy this, and go to our project, and inside, and we have to do that thing in the navbar. So just copy here and paste it here. And now and now and now we are going to create a dialog for it. So we have to create a dialog up inside this container like this dialog, and then dialog title. So the dialog title is, we type create a post like this, and then we want dialog content. Inside that content, we are going to provide a form for creating the post. So simply here we are going to type and create a new component called uh, create post form. Okay, and inside this post form we are going to use two inputs. So for that, we are going to type input container. Okay, and inside this input container we are going to type input. For image URL, placeholder is going to be an image URL, and save it. And next input container is going to be for caption. Okay, and this input is going to be a text area. Now we are going to design this create post form and input container. So first of all, we have to create these components here. We are going to create that components const create post form style dot div, save it, and const input container is equals to style dot div, and save it. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice. Now here we are going to create a new use state to open a dialog. So open dialog and set open dialog, and the initial state or initial value is going to be a false. Okay, and now we have to assign this open dialog. So open equals to open dialog, and on close we want to set open dialog to false. Okay, so whenever we click on the add card image, we want to open that dialog. So for that, open dialog, okay, set open dialog to true. Okay, so whenever we click on this, the dialog is open with a create a post. As you can see, create a post. Now go to the dialog, and here we are going to type, here we are going to use something here. So width, so for max width we are going to type XL, and then we want full width. Okay, that's it guys. Okay, so now here we are going to design our form. So for that simply go to create a post form, and just type as I type, display flex direction is going to be column, align item, no, we don't want a line item center. Okay, so that's it guys. And now we are going to create an things for input. So width is going to be 300 pixel or 90%, I think we get that thing 90%, and then we want input of width 100%, and we want it here justify contain center or align item center. Okay, that's it guys, we created. Now we provide a height of 33 pixel, and here we are going to type height of 100%, margin bottom of 10 pixel or 15 pixel. I think 15 pixel is better now, 15 pixel. And then we want a border of 1 pixel, solid light gray, padding of 5 pixel. Okay, and outline is going to be none, and we want padding bottom of 20 pixel. And similar thing for text area, which is inside, and just simply copy these things and paste it here. And we don't want resize here, we want and provide, we have to provide a height of, here we are going to provide a height of 200 pixel, and resize is none. Okay, we don't want resize. Okay, now here we are going to provide a height. I think we have to provide a height to this create a post form. We want height of 400 pixel. Okay, that's it. I think border 1 pixel, solid red. Okay, justify contain center, we don't want justify contain center. Okay, and margin padding top is going to be 20 pixel. Okay, and now we have to remove this border. Everything looks perfectly fine now. Here in this we are going to provide dialog action. We are going to type provide a dialog action where we are going to use button. Okay, where we are going to use buttons, and instead of this cancel we are going to type post. So you can see the post and cancel button appear now. Now we are just simply go to dialog actions. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. Okay, simply just go to no. We have to create another component for buttons. So CTA buttons post. Now post CTA buttons. Okay, so simply just grab that thing and paste it here. Remove these things. I think now we have to create this component called post CTA buttons. Const post CTA button style dot div. Okay, now inside this button, okay, just simply type n nth child of 1. Okay, background color red. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. Okay, simply type buttons. Width is going to be 100 pixel. Height is going to be 33 pixel. Margin right is going to be 10 pixel. And now, okay, that's it guys. With that we don't need anything extra. And then just type cursor pointer. Okay, so simply provide a class name here to this button. One is a class name, provide a class name. One is a cancel button, and the second is the post button. Cancel button and the post button. So simply go to the post CTA and then just type cancel button and provide a color, background color of red, background color of red, and border none, outline none, color is going to be a hashtag FFF, and save it. Border radius of 5 pixel, and then the post button is going to be a background color of hashtag 6. Okay, background color of, I think we have to grab that color from here. So okay, we have to grab that color from post. Okay, this is the color. Copy this color and provide it here. Save it and then simply Ctrl X, paste it here, and provide some darkness to this. Okay, so this is the post. This is the post dialog. We have to reduce some height. Just simply provide 350 or become a 300. Okay, that's it, guys. So everything works perfectly nice. We made us some problem here. Okay, we have to reduce the size and become medium. Okay, that's it. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice. Everything works perfectly good, and we created the dialog. Now we have to grab this text that we type inside this image URL and caption and stored in a state. Okay, so just create an image URL and set image URL equals to use state, and the initial value is empty, and again we want const caption set caption, and initial value use state is going to be as empty. Now we have to grab this text, so simply value is going to be an image, value is going to be an image URL on change e. uh, e is going to be a set image URL to e dot target dot value. Save it. Okay, similarly copy these things and provide it here, and instead of this image URL we want caption set caption and save it. So now we grab the text. Now we are going to store this data in the Firebase. So first of all we have to open the console of our Firebase, console.firebase. Now we grab the data like this image URL and caption in and stored in the use state. Now using that use state, we have to transfer this data to the Firebase like this. As you can see here, we are going to create another collections for post where our posts are going to lie. Okay, so for that simply here we are going to create and another function in the navbar, another function in the navbar named create a post, named const create post is equals to e and then e dot prevent default. Okay, and then here to add the doc, we have to add the particular data of the user's post in the Firestore. For that we have to use add doc function of Firestore, and then we want to create a collection, and the reference of that collection is the DB of our Firebase.js, and then inside that DB we have to create a collection named posts, collection named a post, and inside that post collection we have to store the data like this caption image URL and then the username which is going to be a user slash dot user name. Understand? Save it again, and also a photo URL photo URL if the user dot photo URL is exist. Okay, so we have to use this thing, user dot photo URL if exists, then that. Otherwise we have to, if this user dot photo is null, we have to use this. Otherwise we want this. Understand? And then we want a timestamp, and then the timestamp which is for server timestamp from Firestore. Okay, this is from Firestore. This all the thing. Okay, this is all the thing. Add doc collection server timestamp is from Firebase Firestore. Okay, so we are ready to store the data inside the Firestore. So, but but after creating the post, after creating the post, we after adding, okay, so for that we have to make this function asynchronized, and then we have to await, and after that we have to set caption to be empty, set image URL to empty, and set open dialog to false, and before that we want an alert that post is created, post is created, post created. Okay, and then some emojis here. I want some emojis of rocket. Okay, and that's it, guys. We done that when we done these things, and now we have to assign this create post to the post button. So whenever we click on this on click, we have to run create a post button, and for this cancel on click, we have to create set open dialog to false. Okay, so now everything works perfectly fine according to my point of view. So whenever we have to do something, we have to refresh whenever we click on this, and we are going to provide some image. You also copy image address, paste it here, and some random bullshit. Okay, and then click on post. Okay, post created. Okay, and then gone. And now we have to check whether the post is updated or not. So for that, again go to this and go to here, refresh, and then the posts appear. Inside that post there is a post whose caption is this, whose image is this, whose photo URL is this. Photo URL is a user's image, and timestamp and the username is this. So everything works perfectly fine. Now we store the data to the Firestore. Now we have to grab that data in the home page, and we have to use that data to update the scroll, or sorry, update the feed container. Okay, understand? Okay, so now go to home.js, simply go to home.js, and now here we are going to grab the posts, all the posts. So first of all we have to create a state to store all the posts, like this, all post, and then set all post is equals to use state, and this is an empty array because we have to store all the posts in the array. Okay, and save it. Now as we learn in the use effect that we sometimes, if you want to grab some data from the server, we have to use effect. Use effect basically do that whenever the page render, it whenever the page render, first it grab the data from the database and then it serves to the page. So it run the function which is inside before rendering. It runs the function inside the use effect before rendering. Okay, so use effect, and then inside this use effect we are going to run an arrow function. And now const fetch posts, fetch post, and this is an asynchronous function. And then const, here we are going to use an of query of Firestore. So first of all, we have to import that query from Firestore. Again, we have to import collection. Inside that collection, we are going to do reference of our DB. We are going to access that post collection that, and here we are going to order that post is in according to the timestamp. Okay, we have to arrange this post according to the timestamp. We have to arrange this post in the descending order. Okay, according to the time. So we have to provide the name, this timestamp, and remember you have to type this name, this particular timestamp. Okay, particular timestamp, and then we want it descending, so just type disk and save it. Now after doing that, just type on await on snapshot, and we have to run this query queue, and then snapshot it grabs the all the data. Snapshot is grab the all the data from the database or from the Firebase, and then set all post according to the snapshot.docs. Okay, we provide all the docs which is inside this post. Means here this is the document, and whenever we create and post, again suppose if you want to create another post, so just type image for Instagram, search it, images, and then copy image address, simply post it here, some random gibberish things, paste it here, some random gibberish thing, and paste it, and just click on post. So post created. Okay, click on it or not? Okay, post created. Okay, it's two post created. Okay, then whenever we look at the post, this is the documents, so this is the all the post. Okay, so one of the post we have to delete, so delete a document. Okay, so we deleted these things. Okay, so this is the documents. We have to grab all this document which is inside the post. So for that we have to run this query, and we have to grab this all the docs. The snapshot means the particular picture of all the document which is inside the post. Okay, and we store that all the documents in this set all posts. Okay, now after doing that we have to run this function fetch post, and now whenever the post changes, post update, we have to run these things. Okay, and now after doing that, simply after doing that After grabbing all the post, now we have to use that all the posts here in this posts, here in this post container. So how we can do that? So just type all post dot map and then just type post and simply copy this post and simply paste it here and save it and remove this remaining thing. As you can see, there is two posts in our posts, so it appears the two posts. Suppose I have add something, I have add new post like copy image address and some other gibberish thing, asds and post it. Now, as you can see, there is a three posts is appear, one, two, three. But whenever, according to this post, there is a three documents. Okay, so there is a three, and we grab all the three documents here. So now we have to use that data here. We have to use that data here. So simply just using like this. Instead of this username, just type post dot username and save it. And okay, I think okay, I just forgot that data and then just type this. Okay, as you can see, the pdpatel dot username is appear now. Similarly for image also, post dot data dot photo url, and the image is also changed for the url. Similarly for caption, post dot data dot caption, save it and the caption changes. Similarly for the content, post dot data dot image url and save it. Now for all the different images, there is a different. Okay, here's I made some mistake here in the description, in the post description. As you can see, here, so I think we made a mistake here with overflow x. Okay, break a word break, sorry, word break all. Okay, okay, everything. This is the biggest comment I have. This is the biggest description that I have created. Okay, so this is the thing that we want here. So this is the three posters that we grab. Okay, so whenever we upgrade, whenever we post some image, so again we are going to post some image like this Instagram photo. Simply go there, paste it, some random gibberish things and post it. Okay, and escape it. As you can see, the post appear now. As you can see, the post appear now. Okay, there is some bug inside these things because there is something that we do wrong here, because it appears for the limited time of period. So again I have just created here, paste it, post, it appears. We have to wait and post created, and then our post appears now. Okay, as you can see, the post appear now. So I think there is some problem in getting these things. So we have to remove these asynchronous functions for getting the data, and we have to run these things each and every time. Okay, so the whenever we post some data, whenever we post some data, each and every time it works. Okay, it works perfectly fine. So for creating the post like this in the navbar, for creating the post, I think there is also some problem in this asynchronous functions. And save it. Again we are going to create some another new post for the surement, for the sureness. Again paste it here, and some again gibberish things, post it here, post created. Okay, and the post appear. So this is the thing that we are going to do. All the posters are appear now, everything works perfectly fine, and this is the post. But also similarly like this, we have to grab all the post information in the profile page also similarly. Okay, so just go to home.js, copy these things, go to profile.page, paste it here, again go to home.js and simply copy these imports and paste it here. Okay, so everything works perfectly fine, I think so. And again go to this and all post and dot, and then similarly paste it here. We also provide a use state, copy this, also provide use effect. So use effect, everything works perfectly nice. And now here we are going to use all post dot map post, and just grab this, paste it here, and remove the unnecessary ones. Okay, okay, I think we made some mistake here because it doesn't grab the post. Why? It did not grab all the post. Okay, here we have to do some logic here, because we have to grab the post which is post by that particular user's profile. Okay, that particular user's profile. So we have to made some query here. Okay, we have to fetch the data according to the posts. So here we are going to use, instead of this order we are just simply type where, and using where we can verify the particular username, and then just equals to, because we are going to use equals to, then the user name, and save it. It grab that data. Okay, and instead of this on snapshot we are just going to do on query snapshot equals to await get docs. Okay, and the queue and the queue and the queue. And here asynchronous function we have to make these things asynchronous. Okay, and then set all post to be query snapshot dot talks. Okay, so everything looks nice now, but the post is still not appearing. Because all the posts are appear now, but why the hell? Because each and every post is posted by me. So why the hell the post is not appearing? I think I made some mistake here, but I have to find that but mistake and then simply just type post dot data dot image URL. Okay, I think I find the problem here, bro. Okay, so as you can see, the post is now appear. So this is the posts that we recently posted here. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice. Now we grab the data, we grab the all the posts. Okay, we'll go to home page, we grab all the posts, all the things. Okay, like all the descriptions. Now in the next session, we are going to talk about like functionality of our Instagram clone. So the next session is going to be an important session and the key thing is going to learn in that session. Okay. So now in this section, we are going to talk about how to work on the like functionality like this. As you can see, this is our demo app. So this is the thing. So whenever this is the dislike function, okay. So this is already a liked post. So whenever I click on this like button again, the post gets disliked and the counts change to 0. And whenever again I click on this button, the likes count change to 1. So it likes the post. So first of all, whenever we click on the like button, we have to update the database that this post gets dislikes. Okay. So for that, as you can see, for that we have to create a particular states for that particular post. So first of all, we have to create a how many likes this post get, how many likes this post get. So for that, first of all, we have to create a state to store that how much like this post get and who like this post. Mark my words, we have to store the user data who like that particular post. So likes on a post and set like on a post equals to use state, and this is an object. Inside that object we are going to type likes, and this is an array, and inside this array we are going to store the username who liked that particular post. Okay, now we have to create a state which display the like count, which displays the like count and the active state of the like button. So if the post is liked, then we have to change this like button to red heart, and if this post is disliked, then we have to change this like button to plain heart. So for that we have to create a state for that particular button, like state, and set like state equals to use state, and this is also an object, this is also an object. So here likes, here a like, so how many like this gets, like on a post. So whoever liked that post, that username is stored in this likes, this likes on a post likes. Mark my word, this is very complicated thing. So likes on a post, So we get that like on a post, likes dot length whose is greater than 0, then we have to use this length. Otherwise we are going to use 0. That's it, guys. And then we have to change like active to like active means the is the post is liked or not. Okay, so if this is the like dislike, this is the in the dislike form, so the like active is false. If I liked on this but post, the like active changed to true. Understand? Okay, now we are going to handle the likes. So const handle like equals to this e, and then we are going to prevent refreshes. So prevent default, prevent default, and this function is going to be an asynchronous function. So just type asynchronous. Now first of all we are going to work here, understand the way of flow for liking and disliking. So first, if this likes on a post, so if this likes on a post, like dot likes contains our username. So in this likes array, if our username stored, then we have to work on the dislike function, user.username. Okay, understand, this is the dislike function, dislike part. Okay, and else is going to be a like part. So here we are going to like the post. So in this section we are going to work on how to dislike the post, and in this section we are going to how to like that particular post. If this likes on a post includes our names, our username means our username is exist in that particular array, then we have to work on the dislike function. Okay, so whenever I like this on the post, our username is going to store in this array, and if our name is present on that likes, then we have to work on the dislike function. Otherwise we are going to work on the like function. So then, and now we are going to work on how to like the post. Okay, so first of all, const, first of all we have to store a like our username inside this state likes on a post. We have to store our username in this likes array. Okay, so first of all we have to create the payload. So like payload equals to likes, and then the this spreader triple dot means we have to spread the likes on a post likes, and then we have to add our username dot username. So that's it, guys. So this means we have spread an entire array in the form of items, and then we simply add our name. So this is the thing, we create the payload. Now we have to set like on a post, and then just type like payload. That's it, guys. We update the likes on a post. Now we have to store our like in the database. So for that we are going to use await set a doc, and inside doc we are going to create a doc, then which reference to db whose collection name is going to be likes, and inside that like we are going to type a post id. So particular likes inside likes collection we are going to create a post id. We are going to create a post id, means a document whose name is post id, and that post id gets that particular post. Okay, so this is very complicated. So here this is all our post, and here inside this post we are providing post id is equals to post dot id. That's it. We provide the post id as an attribute, and now we get that post id. We get that particular post id here by object destructing in this post.js. We get that post id. Now we are going to use this particular post id and create a document, and inside that document we are just like to store like payload and save it. That's it. That's it, guys. This is the thing. And now we are going to set the like state, sorry, likes on a post, likes on a post. Again we are going to state likes on a post, and then simply just type likes, and again like payload. Again we are going to update the state and save it. That's it. We create a like functionality here. We have to reload the page. Okay, we have to reload the page, and we get the posts. Okay, we create the function. Now we are going to click on this handler click, and now we are going to assign that thing to the like button. So on click handle a like and save it. Now this is an interesting thing. As you can see, we are going to create another window for Firebase, and now whenever I click on the like post, and we have to refresh the app and go to Firestore, and now we have to say that likes collection created. Inside that likes we say that tmbt, this is the post id. Okay, so mark my word, this is a tmbt, and we see it in the post tmbt. So this is the post who gets the like, okay, understand? And this is the username, this gets the likes, and inside that likes we see PD Patel likes this particular post. Understand? Okay, now we like the post, and as you can see the heart is not updated. So for that we have to grab this particular data from the Firebase, from this particular data from the Firebase, and stored in this likes. So this is very complex structure to understand how this work. Okay, so first after adding the data we have to retrieve that data, so which synchronize our app with that particular likes. So then we have to get the like. So how we can get the like? So for that we are going to use effect, but before that we are going to create a function who gets the like. So first of all we have to create the function called get likes is synchronize or synchronize, and then we create the function. Now we are going to use const doc ref. Here we are going to get that particular document. Okay, I made understand you. Now we want the particular data which is inside that particular like folder, post id, particular document. So we want this likes data. So for that we are going to use doc ref, and then doc, and inside that doc we have references data db. Inside that db there is a likes collection, and inside that likes collection we want that particular document whose post id is this post id. Understand? So this is very complicated. Now we want to get that document data, the doc snap equals to await. We by using this line we get that particular data from that particular document. So get document, and which reference is doc ref, and save it. Now we get that particular data, and if here we are going to use a if statement to check whether that
data exist or not. So doc snap dot exist or not. If exist, then we have to set this data inside set like on a post, and we set that data dot snap dot data, and we store it in the like post. So now we grab that data. So now we grab the data from that particular post id by using these things. We get the data, and then we store that data inside this likes on a post, by using a set like on a post, and after doing this thing, we are going to change the like state. So like state set like state, and here as you can see, we create the like state, and there is a like and the like active. So like means like doc snap data dot likes length. Okay, then we have to use this length. If this exists, then we are going to use this, otherwise we are going to use 0. So this is very important thing. If this likes method, means this likes array, is greater than 0, then we have to store it here, otherwise we want 0. Okay, and now if this likes array contains our username, means my username, that particular current username, then we have to change the like active state. Okay, so like active state equals to doc snap dot data dot likes dot includes our username, then return true, otherwise then after false. Save it. Okay, so if this like statement contain my username, then we have to use true, otherwise we won't use. And now for your information, go and refresh our page. Okay, and now we get that particular data that we want from the database. Now we have to use it. So now we have to use this get like function in a use effect. Again we want use effect, and inside there is arrow function and the dependencies. Here we are going to use get likes. Save it. And now whenever the like state change, we want to rerun this function. Okay, so now as you can see, whenever I click on this particular data, refresh it, it gives us nothing. So there is some problem, I think so, otherwise it works. Like state change. So again we want to see where is the problem, bro. So we get that particular data PD Patel for the particular post. So again we want refresh the page. We refresh the page, likes, and okay. Now go to post tmbt and the image from unsplash. So this post gets the like. Okay, I understand where is the problem. Now we get the like. We store the likes in the states, and we change the state according to that particular thing. But now we are going to use this like active to change our heart image. Now as you can see, we have to change here. We have to change the heart image according to the like active. So for that, first of all, we want to grab a heart, a red heart image. So for that, simply I copy the red heart image. As you can see, we get the red heart image. Now go to post.js, and here there is some magic happens. So first of all, we have to remove this like image for a second, and then we are going to use here JavaScript, some basic JavaScript. So like state, if the like state dot like active is true, for your understanding is true, then we have to use red heart. Then we have to use red heart, which whose name is this. Otherwise, we want to use the plain heart. Save it. So there is some problem, I think so. Okay. Here I made a mistake and save it. So as you can see, the like state come active and the like heart changed to red heart. Similarly, when I click on this, okay, there is some problem, I think so. We didn't update the like state. Why? But according to that thing, we update the like and like state change to true, and the red heart is appear. Again I refresh, the like hearts. Okay, we don't work on the dislike functionality, so it doesn't work. But why the hell is real time? Okay, I understand my thing. Okay, why the hell the red heart is not appearing on the first glimpse without refreshing? So I think there is some problem inside the use effect function. Okay, so where is the problem, bro? Where is the problem? Await doc state like update, it updates this thing, but why it doesn't work? Refresh the page again, go to another post, like state change, but it doesn't work here. There is some problem, I think so. It has to work, but it doesn't work. So there is, here is the problem. So whenever we click on the dislike button, we have to write something here like alert your post, you dislike the post, and save it, and then refresh the whole app, and then we have to see. So whenever I click on this like button, you dislike the post. Okay, you dislike the post is up here now. And now then after again I click on this like button, the real-time update is happening now. So this is the thing that we want here. Now whenever again I click on this button, you dislike the post up here. So there is a real time. So whenever again I click on this like button, okay, why the hell it's changed, but it doesn't show it. Again I have to refresh. So there is some little bug happening between the database and the app, but you can see now the post get that particular like. Again again it's happening, but refresh the page and see the likes updated. Okay, so now we have to work on the dislike functionality. So for that, so first of all, we have to grab the particular likes that we get. Okay, so const like payload. Here again we have to create a payload likes, likes on a post, then likes then filter it, and this is the current means this is the user. Okay, means liked user. Okay, liked user, and then we have to return here that like the user, whoever liked that particular post, which whose id, whose username is equals to our username, then we have to remove that username. In short, we have to remove our name from the likes. Okay, from the likes. And then after removing things, after removing our username from it, we have to update the database like this. Set doc db is the reference database for our app, likes is the collection, and the post id means the who, whatever, whichever post gets the likes, and the like payload. Save it. And again we have to update the likes on a post like this, and likes equals to like payload dot likes, and save it. Okay, that's it guys. Now we made dislike functionality. We have, first of all, we have to remove our username, means the current username, from the likes array, and then we have to update the database. After updating, again we have to update the state, and save it. Now refresh the page and see the dislike and like functionality. As you can see, our post get dislike. Again, like dislike, like dislike. So this is the like dislike functionality. Now as you can see here, this is 100 likes, so this is the static data. Now we have to make our like count dynamic. So for that, simply go to the likes count section, likes count section, and here we simply type like this: likes on a post dot likes dot length. Save it. So as you can see, the 0 likes appears now. Now whenever I like, the counts change to 1. Dislike, like. So this is the like functionality in our Instagram clone. So in the next session, we are going to talk about how to add comment to that particular post, and this process is also similar to the like. Okay, so the next section is also a very important session. So now in this section, we are going to talk about how to handle comments in our Instagram clone. So first of all, we have to grab the text that we type inside this add comment input. So for that, first of all, we have to create a state for it. So const comment input, and then the setter function set comment input, and the initial value must be an empty state. Okay, now we created the state variable. Now we have to assign this state variable to that particular input. So here on change, e set comment input to e dot target dot value. Save it. And this is the, whenever we type, whatever we type inside the this thing, it change the value, its value change. So for that, we have to use on change attribute, and whatever function we type, it runs whenever we type something. And then we have to assign a value equals to comment input. That's it guys. We grab that particular text that we type inside the comment input. Now we have to create a new function called handle a comment. Handle comment equals to e dot prevent default to prevent refreshes. Now we have to check whether there is something present or not inside the comment input text. So for that, comment input dot length greater than 0 or not. Okay, and then we have to create the payload. Let payload equals to comment input username user dot username photo URL equals to user dot username, and the user is from the React context API that we get using use state value. Okay, so remember that thing. And then the last thing is the timestamp uh, to sort the particular comment according to the time server timestamp from the Firestore and save it. Okay, so now our payload is ready. Now we have to set or add this data to the Firebase. So for that, const docref is equals to doc db comments. This is the collection name, and inside that collection we want a post id called document. Okay, save it. And then after, we want to wait for something, so await add doc, and then inside that a doc collection, and then the doc ref. This is the reference for it, so doc ref. Okay, doc ref, this is the address where we want to put our data. So doc ref, and then the list, and inside this list we want to create a new document whose data is this payload, and save it. Okay, there is some problem. Okay, we have to make this function asynchronous, so type asynchronize and save it. And now after doing that thing, we have to reset the comment input to the empty string. Okay, so now our function is ready to add comment. If this comment input is empty, then we have to alert that please fill up the form. Please fill up the blank and save it. Okay, now we have to assign this function to the button on click assign it, and we assigned it. So now whatever we type is stored in the our database. So like hello, how are you, and click on the post button, and as you can see the comment is now added. Now to check where it is added, go to Firebase, and then Firestore, and inside the comments there is a document, and inside that document there is a list, and this document id is equals to the post id. Okay, then this is the comment input, photo URL, timestamp, and the username. So this is the thing. Okay, now we add the date comments in our database. Now we have to grab that data. Now we have to grab that comment that we stored inside the Firebase, and for that we have to create a function called get comments. Get comments equal, and this function is also a synchronized function, so async, and then just an arrow function. Inside this we are going to run a query, so const q for a query, and then type a query from Firestore and inside that query we want a collection, and now we have to type the whole address of our of that particular comment box. So for that, this is inside a db, and inside this db there is a comment collection. Inside that db there is a comment collections, and inside that comments collection there is a post id for that particular post, and inside that post id there is a list collection, and inside that list we want to grab that documents, whatever document is present. So suppose I again create another post, and I paste it. Now whenever I check the Firestore, it gives the second document of second comment. So inside this list the all comments are going to be stored. So now for that, and now we have to sort that comments according to the time, and so for that we are going to use order by. This is the method of Firestore. Inside that order by we are going to type timestamp, and remember you have to provide the same name as equals to this. Okay, and save it, and inside the quotes, and then comma, and then just type desk in order to or sort that comments in the descending order, and save it. Now we get the address. Now we run the query. Now we have to run on snapshot to grab that particular data. The query is queue and then snapshot. This is the callback function, and inside that callback function it gives some snapshot as a parameter or argument, whatever you say. And inside that snapshot there is a comment data. And now for that, here also we are going to create a states to store the comments list, like we created in the like function, likes on a post, like states. Okay, so for similarly we have to create another states for comments also, like this: const comments on a post, set comments on a post equals to use state, which is an empty array. Similarly we want another state: comment state, set comment state equals to use state, which is an object, inside that object there is a comments, and then comments on a post dot length equals is greater than 0, then just type comments on a post dot length, and after that 0, and save it. And that's it guys, we created the state for comments also. Now we have to use that states. So after that, creating the state, go to on snapshot method, and here inside this on snapshot we are going to type set comment on post, comments on post snapshot dot docs. Okay, and similarly set comment state comments equals to snapshot dot docs dot length, and save it. That's it guys, we created the functions for getting the comments and for getting the number of comments. Now we have to run these things in a use effect, and the dependencies is like state, or sorry, comment state, And now here we are going to run a get comments and save it. So everything works perfectly nice. Now we get the comments. Now we have to use that comment here according to our demo app like this. So as you see on the screen, the recent comment is appear. As you can see, this is the recent comment. We have to grab the data and put it here, the recent comment, the latest one. So for that, simply below the like count, below the description, below the caption, we want to create, or above this description buttons, view all comments, and above we have to create another div dot recent comment and create it. Inside that comment, inside this container, we are going to type strong, and then just type as I type comment on a post. The latest one is the first one, which is a 0, then data, and then user name. Save it. As you can see, my username, the recent comments username is appear now. Similarly, we want to use p, and similarly we want this structure, paste it here, and instead of this username we want comment input. So as you can see, the comment is appear now. Now we have to style these things. So copy this container name, div name, go to the post description, and paste it here, and just type strong. Strong is going to be a, okay, here we want to type as I type font size 12 pixel, and display going to be flex, and the strong margin right is 10 pixel, and the align items center. So that's it guys, we created the recent comment also, like this: hello, hi, and post it. So as you can see, it's changed to hello, hi. So this is the thing that we want to do here. Okay, so now everything works perfectly fine. Now as you can see on the our demo account, demo Instagram clone, whenever I click on this comment button, the pop-up arrives and it shows the comment, whatever comments it get. Okay, so for that, first of all we have to create a new dialog for it. As you see here, whenever I click on this post button, create a post button, it pop up a dialog. Similarly, whenever we click on that comment button, it pop up a dialog. So for that, simply go to navbar.js and copy these things, copy this 4 thing, and go to post.js and import it here. Okay, now go to render function or return function, and below this container we are going to type dialog. Inside dialog title, and the title is comments, and inside this, after that we are going to type dialog content, and here we are going to create a new component called all comments.
all comments container. Copy this, go to below and type const, paste it here, style dot div, and save it. Now 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 type as I type. Now comment on a post, comments on a post, then we have to do a map, and inside that map we want a callback function for comment, and then arrow function, and then an arrow function. Here we are going to create a div dot posts, post comment, and inside this again we are going to create a user image, and then again and then again we are going to type image, and simply just type comment dot data dot photo url and save it. Similarly just type create another container called user comment, and inside this there is a strong, just type as I type comment dot data dot user name, and then p comment dot data dot comment input and save it. Now everything works perfectly fine. Now to open this dialog we are going to create another state which controls the opening and closing of that particular dialog. So const open dialog set open dialog equals to use state and the initial value is false as it required boolean value. Now go to that dialog and just type as I type open, and inside that open assign open dialog state, save it. And for on close, to close that particular dialog we are going to create another function inside this, and it says set open dialog to false to close it. Okay, now go to the button, the comment button. On click we are going to type set open dialog to true. So whenever we click on it, the dialog pops up. And you can see the comments are arrived. Okay, now go to Navbar. Again go to Navbar and copy these things. And copy this. Go to post, go to dialog and paste it here. Okay, the dialog box is now up here. Now we have to do some styling here. Now go to the post all comment container and just do as I do. So wait a second. Okay, now first of all we are going to provide a padding of 15 pixel. Okay, and then after dot post comment display flex align item center margin
bottom 15 pixel, 15 pixel, and the image. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. Okay, where is the dialog? The post comment inside the div user image. Okay, and inside this post there is another class or another container called user image, and inside this image there is an image container whose width is going to be 28 pixel, height is going to be at 28 pixel, and why the hell the image is not appearing? So for that, I think I made a mistake in typo. I made a typo mistake. Photo URL comment dot data dot photo URL. So again, go to Firebase. Photo URL. Oh, here I made a mistake. So in posting the thing here, instead of username, I have to type photo URL and save it. Okay. So whenever I type another comment, post it, the image is appear now. The image is appear now. Wait a second. Refresh the page and see. Okay. Okay, here uh, in posting the handle, the we have to remove this await and save it. Now simply do these things, post it here, and as you can see the data is posted now. Now whenever we open, the data is appear now. Now we have to style these things. Now we have to style that thing, that particular things. So image, the border radius is going to be 50%, so it gives some rounding effect. And inside this user image we are going to type margin right of 20 pixel. Okay, so everything works perfectly fine. Now outside this user image, there is another container called user command display flex. Okay, and inside this there is a strong, and we want a font size of 13 pixel. And inside this there is a strong, and margin right is 10 pixel. So everything looks very nice and perfect. We have to remove these additional comments which doesn't have images. So remove that things. So delete document, click on the another, delete another comment, second one, again delete the document and delete it. So everything looks perfectly nice. Now there is only one comment, which is this. Again we have to refresh. Okay, so everything works perfectly nice, and this is the comment functionality. Now whenever we click on this view all comment, then again we have to open the dialog box. So again we have to assign on that function on click set open dialog to true and save it. So whenever we click on this, the comments is appear. Now again we add the post, again the comments appear. So this is the comment functionality in the Instagram clone. Okay, now in the next session we are going to talk about how to deploy
our app, our Instagram clone to the Firebase. Okay, so now we are going to deploy our Instagram clone to the Firebase. So before deploying, first of all, we check each and every function is working or not. So as you can see, logging function is already working very fine and fabulously. Now the like system. So it's also working. Then the comment is also working, but I have to put a new comment and post it. It's also working. Now we are going to add some posts. To go to Unsplash, copy some random image and create it. Create a post it. Post is created, and you can see the post is also working. Now for that, so there is some it requires some time, and whenever you click, and as you can see, the post is also working. Now we are going to deploy our app to the Firebase. So for that, first of all, you have to install a new thing. But before doing that, we have to remove these unnecessary warnings. So from profile.js, we want to remove the 7 line, and we have to remove these things and save it. And then in firebase.js, 27 is okay, it's required mandatory. This is also a mandatory things: get comments, gets likes, and expected to be these in post.js. Okay, so in 1 to 10 in post.js, in 1 to 10 post.js, 1 to 10. Okay, we have to remove these things. Again, dialog action, so we have to remove this again. And 51 page, line number 51, we want double equals to, which check the data type also. If this is a string, is if this is a number which is in a string form, and this is a number in a actual number in a int form, then it is not equals to. But if there is a single equals to, if there is only a single, then both of these things imaging that thing, then it is equals to. So data type is mandatory, and save it. So again, so there is a minimized number of error remain, which is very important. So you don't worry about these things. This is only a warning, not an errors. So this is not a headache type one. Okay, so now go to another terminal and just install npm g firebase tools. Firebase tools. So this is the tools to deploy the project to the Firebase. After installing Firebase tool, you have to type a command called Firebase login to log in inside the Firebase command line. Then you can see allow Firebase to collect CLI usage. So type yes and enter. Waiting for authentication, you have to log in with that particular account. Allow it, and now we logged in. Okay, so go to again and see success logged in as a that particular account. Now we have to type Firebase in it to initiate our Firebase. Okay, then we have to type a, then go to hosting, press a space, and then enter. Use an existing project, enter. And we have an account with named called, okay, wait a second, we have to check it very carefully, otherwise it's open the wrong project. So go to home, react 96119, 96119, 96119, and then okay, then press an enter, and then you want to type a build here. Remember, this is very important thing. You want to type a build. Okay, and then press an enter. Yes, single page app. Okay, no, you don't want GitHub. And that's it, guys. Now everything works perfectly fine. After doing these things, you have to just type npm build. Okay, okay, sorry, npm run a build, not only build, run a build. This will create whole React project into one single file or into one single folder called build. Okay, it transfer the JSX extension. Okay, JSX is a JavaScript extension which allows us to use JavaScript and HTML in a single file. Okay, this is the JSX files. Post.js is a JSX files. Okay, and by typing this command, all the JSX files convert to the vanilla JavaScript, and then by using that vanilla JavaScript we can deploy our Instagram clone to the Firebase. So this will take some time. After completing this process, we have to type Firebase. Okay, after completing this process, you can see there is a build folder. Inside this thing there is a lots of file. This is the transformed version of this source file. Okay, after doing these things, then just simply type Firebase deploy and enter. This will deploy the whole project in a web. So this is the link, and it will take some time. Okay, now we have to open this link, and if this works, okay, it's working, but we have to log out first, and then okay, so our Instagram clone is now completely deployed. You can sign in like this, test@test.com 123456, logged in. Boom, you can see each and everything works perfectly fine. So you can like the post. Okay, it takes some time to update the state. Okay, whenever you refresh, and as you can see, as my internet speed is currently very slow, okay, that's why the state is not working perfectly. But you can see the comments is also working fine. Hello. And whenever I click on this post, you can see the comments appears. Okay, so everything works perfectly fine. You can see the logging profile page also. Okay, I made a small mistake here, and it is for you. From profile, how we navigate to the home page and how we navigate to the different page. As you can see, whenever I click on this button, I want to navigate to the home page, and this is your task. You have to complete this task and comment me if you complete it. Okay, if you like my video, please subscribe my channel. If you want some help, please freely to comment me. Okay, thank you guys for watching.